Hey, my name is Eric. I'm making a game. That game is called The Godkiller. It's a 3D top-down puzzle-solving adventure game. And I am readying myself to release an alpha demo. It's not going to be given out to everybody. It's going to be for playtesters. And not just any playtesters, but a certain hand-picked group of people for me to work tightly with while I'm making the first versions of this game. And I'm going to demo recent progress real quick, but before that, let me explain this call for playtesters. I don't want a lot of playtesters. I just want a small group that is easy to talk to, that's got a little bit of commitment to it. Let me show you the requirements. This might scare some people off of doing it, but let's see. All right. If you'd like to playtest this game, the one that I'm going to show you in just a moment, here's what I'm looking for. You're 18 years or older. Okay. A quick way of saying why. This game, if it had an ESRB rating, it would be M for mature. So I just don't want to get into issues with parents getting upset that their kids are working on something that they think is bad for them or whatever. Good at written communication in English, reading and writing. Okay. You don't have to verbally be good at English, just reading and writing, because that is going to be how we communicate with each other. Okay. You want to be interested in the genre of games where you solve puzzles. The reason for that is this group of playtesters will be influencing what the actual end game becomes, kind of like a focus group. Not quite like that. More just like I'll ask you, what do you think about that? Is that fun? And if you don't like thinking about puzzles and solving puzzles, it won't be a good match. You'll be saying things like, oh, well, why don't we do a first-person game? And there should be more shooting, more power-ups. You should be able to grab guns. No, it's not like that, you know? It's a more contemplative type of game. You got to have kind of a medium capability gamer's machine. It could be one that was maybe pretty awesome about 5 years ago, is just okay now, that sort of thing. Or you could maybe have like one of those $500 or $600 machines that you buy that has got a 3D card in it. Nothing special, but so the hardware has to be up there a little bit, but not all the way up there. About 2 hours a week to spend on this up until the end of the year. And then there's this page here. I've got things that might offend you about this game, and there are quite a few. So from an ESRB standpoint, I do not have an ESRB rating, but if I were to get one, it would probably be M for mature. I did a self-rating looking at all the different things that ESRB cares about, and I've got it all listed out here. And the rating I came up with was M. Okay. The main thing that is going to potentially bother people is the use of God and religion in this game. So if you are particularly a devout person to your religion, or if you feel bothered by things that might criticize aspects that are overlapping with what you believe, this is something you want to read through before you decide to join up. And then there's a pretty frank discussion about death and violence, and we play with the idea of death in different ways. People in the game are encouraged to suicide in order to teleport to different places. It's stuff like that. Gender, there's a little bit of sort of meta discussion around sex and gender. Okay, so if you're interested, you don't have to be fully committed to it, but if you think, yeah, I think probably I'd like to do that, send an email to info@cspacelabs.com. If all this stuff sounds good, you might have a few questions to ask about it. I'm happy to do that. So feel free to send an email if you're interested in being a playtester. Okay, let's get to a demo. So last night I finished up the animation for this effect where you dive through this portal. So I'll show that. Okay, when the game starts out, there's this yellow plane here, and it seems featureless, but actually it's just a long distance away, and the camera is slowly moving in. You're controlling a little speck on the ground. This is the very beginning of the game. There'll be music playing. There'll be some credits coming by, flying by you in the air, and you won't, as a new player, know what's going on until you've had a chance to experiment a little bit. Particularly when you're just a little speck on the ground, it won't make sense. But then eventually the camera will get down to here and you'll see, oh look, I'm controlling this thing. Okay, then you might notice that there's a little pattern here. I may need to add more clues about this. But if you complete the pattern by stepping on the right squares, it sort of primes this portal to open. That's what the little smoke is. And if you step on it, there we go. And that's how you get past the first level. Alright, so that was the demo. I also got a ton of stuff I worked on last week that is on a laptop. I thought I could immediately pull that stuff in and start bringing it into the engine, because it was in a separate project on a different laptop that I took with me on a trip to Idaho. And I did a lot of work there. But I've got a mission this week. This is the second week of my vacation, the final week of my vacation. And I want to, by the end of this week, have released my alpha demo, or have it available for the playtesters to use. And maybe a little bit later I'll do a general release on it, but initially I want the alpha playtesters to be able to do this thing, to bring up the project as a player on their Windows or Mac computer and launch it and play through some demo levels. So this is a good test of fitness of the whole game and the engine, and I've been running it on my pretty high specs Mac. It's going to go out to some different computers. I got to build a player for it. I got to make sure it works on Windows for the first time. I need the meta screens that start you up and allow you to pick a level to go to work. I need some basic player settings like volume of music and sound and stuff like that. Persisting your last level that you were at. Okay, so I need all that. And how many days have I got? I've got 7. It's Sunday now, and I've got all this week off of work, and then I've got the weekend. So it'll be next Sunday will be my last day. So, I like the biblical tie-in. God had 7 days to create the world. I have 7 days to create the demo. Let's take a look at what I actually have to do. I'm going to plan this out a little bit right now for the first time. Okay. Alpha demo. Here's all the stuff I gotta do. Some demo levels. Make a player build. Making I should say make a working player build. So I imagine this will have some disentangling to do, because all throughout my code I've got these if Unity editor sections, and they'll compile out. And I haven't made a player build for about a year. It's very likely that there'll be some sections of editor only code that compile out, but they're relying, or some other code is going to rely on them, and I'll have to figure out how to make it so that when you make a build and all the code that is editor only compiles out, that everything still works. So that's what making a player build is. That's the main trouble I think that's going to come with it. Works. Let's see, troubleshoot problems with it working on Mac or Windows. Okay, so I've not run this on a Windows machine at all, ever. I assume there'll be a few problems, but they won't be large, but I assume there'll be a few problems. Unity's supposed to make it so that your project runs on these different platforms, but I imagine there'll be a few issues. What else? Save, restore player's last level. Settings screen. Okay. Bug reporting. Do I want some kind of built-in bug reporting? Because what I could do is some kind of diagnostic dump that goes out with the bug report. You know, I don't need that for the demo release. I want that, but it's kind of optional. But let me just say simple dump to support bug reporting. Okay. No gold plating, just to remind myself. I just want to keep it simple. So here's what I'm thinking. I got 7 days. It doesn't feel like I've got 7 days of work here. I know that will be a mistake, but I'm going to arrange it in a certain order. I'm going to do riskier stuff first. Well, I don't have to put numbers in front of them. Make a working player build. I think that may be a little bit risky. I'll need it at least to do the next one, which is the most risky thing of all. Troubleshoot problems on Mac and Windows. Okay. Then I basically got this in the order I want to do it. So suppose I get all this stuff done in 3 days. All this in 3 days. Which would be pretty amazing. But possible. Then I'd have 4 days to make demo levels. And that's pretty cool. Let me add something. Okay. Let me say also just unknown tasks, because I'll end up thinking of a few more as I go. Well, okay, if I get everything done in 3 days, which is possible but optimistic, then I have 4 days to make demo levels. If I got everything done in 5 days, which is maybe more realistic, I'd have a couple of days to make demo levels, which is a lot of time. Worst case, I don't make it. Like some bad problem comes up, particularly around the first few things I'm going to work on. And I can live with that, but you know, this is an opportunity. I've got 7 days where I can spend, you know, at least 8 hours every day working on this. I don't want to miss that opportunity. Let's see what else. Some kind of secure way to get updates, build updates, play testers. That's probably just going to be a link off of, you know, Dropbox or something like that. Not Dropbox, I hate Dropbox. I've got a friggin' website and FTP and everything like that. But anyways, it'll take a little bit of time to get that set up. Maybe not a lot, but a little bit. Then I have to send emails out to the play testers and I say, okay, this week's build is at this location. Can you please grab that? Alright, this is doable. I'm even going to put, I normally don't do this because part of this whole exercise is taking a break from scheduling and planning, which is what my day job is. But let's say this takes 1 day. Let's say this takes 2 days. Say this takes a whole day. 0.5 days. 0.5 days. 0.1 days. Okay, so maybe it is a bit of a it is going to be a bit of a push to see if I can get all this in. So we've got 2, 3, 3.5, 4, 5, 5.1, 6.1, 6.2, 8.2. It is a bit of a stretch to get it all in, but I still think it's possible, particularly if I take some of these tasks and say I'm not going to do this in the 100% way, I might do it in the 50% way. Like the settings screen, it doesn't have to be super beautiful. Doesn't have to be. Heck, I could skip the settings screen. If it looks like I'm behind schedule, I think I will. And I could just have a settings file that you can edit. You know, so yeah, I think I can do this if I give myself some flexibility if some things don't go well. Or if I just have a normal amount of luck, some days should come down. Alright, so let's see, make a working player build. On the first day, Eric said let there be a working player build. See, this takes a whole day. It'd be interesting to see. There it goes. I expect for there to be problems. Many problems. There we go. Okay, I think one thing I'm going to do is get rid of this find reference to. It's interesting that most of the things that are breaking are they're just in the third-party assets. Okay. In fact, okay, all these errors. Tuning Colors Pro. Find reference. Those two I think I can just take out. Okay. Well, that'll just help me in general. Alright, find reference to. You are going away. Yeah, okay. I think I don't want to make this like hate on the third party stuff. I think there's things like this editor stuff here was supposed to be put inside of editor folder. I don't like to do that. But I understand. So if I go into here and there's a bunch of scripts and I don't have an editor directory, I could make one. It's the same thing with this. Tuning Colors, do you have an editor directory? You do. That's probably the stuff that's not meant to be inside of here. Let me just try it, just to see if I can educate myself a bit. Let's put it under Assets. Over here. Find reference to. Let's take everything inside of here, put it under Editor. Now, it's not doing a great job of... I think Editor is like a special folder that automatically compiles out. But if that's the truth and that's what it's expecting, then it doesn't seem right. The namespacing conflicts would come up with the names of these scripts or these folders. Because to throw in some directories called icons, inspectors, utils, those are sort of generic names I'd expect to clash. Maybe they meant, I don't know. Let me see what happens if I try to build this. It's probably not going to work. I guess that did work. Maybe it did. I don't know. It's weird though, because I did build and run. but didn't actually run anything. Let me look for a player file. I have no idea where I would put it if it did build it. This stupid thing, which is part of Pro Builder. I don't think that's a build error, or I don't think it's something that would stop a player build. I don't know, this is weird. Build settings, let me just... Okay. Let's try that. Okay, so there's the old errors again. Whatever I did didn't actually fix it. Okay. That's okay. I'm just going to delete all this code. That's what I was going to do in the first place. I was just trying to learn something. I failed to learn anything. So let us delete that. Let's delete find reference to. It hasn't helped me much after the upgrade to a later version of Unity. Okay, now let's see what happens. Okay, so I need to figure out this problem for Aura Trail, because that one I can't just get rid of. Power-ups. I could probably get rid of the editor directory. Let me just figure out how I'm actually supposed to do this, because it looks like a convention that is well understood by everyone but me. has something to do with the editor folder. So this is what I thought would save me from the player build failing. So, okay, there isn't any one special editor folder. So according to this, they should have compiled out already before I move them or anything like that. Just because they've got the magic name editor. That signals Unity to compile them out. But they don't seem to be compiling out. It might be my use of ASM defs. Maybe because I created my own ASM defs, it overrides that default behavior. Yeah, this one. Yeah, I was right. Yeah, I was right. I am using ASM defs. Okay. So I am going to grab myself some coffee, and then I will be back. I'll be back with a passion. Passion for the Asm deaths. All right. See you in 5. So, hey, Razaphone. Thank you. Glad to be back. Just trying to figure out how to accomplish this thing. Maybe you know. My travel is pretty good. Just a long road trip to Idaho and back, which is it's a state that's right next to Washington State where I live. But yeah, it was like a 5-hour road trip. I wanted to take a vacation, but I didn't want to get on a plane. I'm not trusting it quite yet to go through the airports with COVID and everything. Plus, the world doesn't like Americans right now as far as COVID goes. So it's kind of hard to find countries you can travel to. This thing I'm trying to figure out is making player builds that exclude editor folders when I've used ASMDef scripts. So I'm getting errors around trying to compile these editor scripts in the player build. The reason it does that is because I've got these ASMDef set up, which solved a different problem of making my builds go faster and removing all the third-party warnings from my builds so I could see a clean console. So if I don't use an ASMDef, the built-in behaviors, it's going to exclude the editor directory. If I do, I see that there's stuff here that I could use to say exclude from editor builds. It seems like I kind of want the opposite though. Okay, so I could put, maybe it works like this. I could put an ASMDef inside of the editor directory. I could say include it for any platform. It doesn't quite work logically. Let me read this other article. You say editor only, but then I'm looking at the options that are here, and I don't see anything that says editor only. I see one that says exclude platforms, editor. Yeah, but this says they would be excluded. So if I put like a new ASMDef inside of this editor folder,
Okay, so you're saying... Okay, so then I would undo editor from this one. That makes some sense. And then inside of the editor directory, I'm guessing, I would create another ASMDef, and inside of that one I would say any platform for that one. And that would go ahead and compile it. Okay, that makes sense. Then I also need to, I think if I understand this right, I need to commit, whoops, go ahead and apply that. I think I also need to add one in here as well, so that while I'm in the editor, I'll get this stuff. Well, that might be wrong, but yeah, this one's any platform. Oh, wait a minute. Let me just try it without it, just to see what it does. Okay. This is my first time making the player in about a year, so I expect to find a lot of problems, especially because I have all kinds of conditional compilation around editor stuff. Okay, so now it's excluding, or okay, that's confusing. Make sure those are fresh errors. Oh. This logic isn't quite right. Okay. So maybe it's... Oh, I just noticed something. If I okay, now it's starting to make a little more sense to me. If I uncheck any platform, this changes from exclude to include. So that part is probably right. Then I do need to follow through with what I was starting to do over here. Okay. Undo that. Only included for editor. Yeah, apply them. Go ahead. Okay, let's see if my editor build works. Nope. Trail section, so it's not getting this guy. Okay, I think that's because okay, I think I got it. Okay, so I was saying I inverted it here. That wasn't what I wanted to do. I want it to be any platform. For this, all any platform. Inside the editor directory, I want it to be excluding all the platforms except for editor. Okay, I think that might fix it. At least it makes logical sense to me. Oh, come on. Here I said just include everything. That should be our trail with the trail section. I wonder if this is really a fresh error, or I mean, is it like using the old files? If I hit play, is it gonna? Okay. Huh. Just to make sure it is truly this file, let's delete it. Let's see, am I still unable to build? No, I think I can build it. So it has some, it's whether that file is there or not. Say everything here, only build it. Oh, I know what it is. Okay, I have to add in, what is it? The reference. To this guy. Then I gotta apply that. Apply it. Oh, okay, good. Alright, so if I hit play, it should be able to start. Cool. So back to the status quo. Now let's see where I'm at for making a player build. Okay. Cool. Well, now I know how to fix this particular type of problem. Yeah, I'm learning. It's a good thing. Thanks for the help, man. That saved me probably 20 minutes, maybe more. So I'm going to say, bam, deselect all, only the editor, and also let's get a reference to the third-party assets. Console, are you going to build? Okay, so inside the editor, it attempts to build this file. It says we couldn't find power up animation. That should have been here. Oh, that might be a problem. Let's see. Okay, now it's back to working. Cool. What else needs to be fixed? Nice, now it's getting into my code instead of the third-party code. I wasn't familiar with that term. Seems interesting. Wow. Sounds like good stuff. I wonder, this sounds very similar to React, like the web programming framework. Maybe React was built with the idea of reactive programming. No? Huh. Yeah, it feels like a topic I should probably get into a little bit. It's not familiar to me. Yeah, I might get more into that later. Sounds cool. Alright, so initialize unload. Is that like, maybe this is something that should only be used in the editor? Is that what they're saying? Oh, well, it is a Unity editor. Okay. Just take a look at this. Yeah, maybe I just need to do that. So I don't understand it immediately, and that always means one of two things. That it's a cool, important thing, or two, it's bullshit. Because if it was really obvious, and I would have gotten it really quick when I read it. It's not obvious to me. So it's either something that's going to be maybe extra valuable as a way to think about programming, or it's going to be bullshit. It'd be one of those two things. Anyways, that's my first thought when I look at it. Functional programming was like that for me. And I think in the end I came around and decided functional programming wasn't bullshit. What's the thing I'm using initialize unload on? Maybe I'll just do public static constants. Oh, I've already got that there. Okay. Okay, so then just wrap this in the Unity editor. Then it will function as it did before. Let me see, is this? No, that one's fine. Cool. I suspect I'll have about a dozen places like this I gotta fix today. And some of them will get kind of hairy. I tried to be careful as I went about being very clean about separating out my editor only code. But I'm sure I made mistakes along the way. Okay. So scene organization, I've got some part of it, which is used by playtime code. Oh, see. Oh. Now I think I get it. Well, I think I start to get it. In fact, I think I've done something similar to it in my game. So I'll give you an example. So because like the main logical engine is deterministic and is built on the idea that streams of data affect it, I can play back events and recreate a state. So I'll show you. So okay, so I'm moving my player way off over here. Doing a whole bunch of things. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, so I'm gonna get to that little box. Dang it, I keep making the same mistake. But, so right now I'm recording all the commands that the player issued. Okay, I'm gonna hit the D key. Special developer key. And then it gave me this list of commands here, which we'll just copy there, take it to here, command playback, bam, okay. Now, when I hit play, it's not going to do entirely everything you said because I don't have the similar streams for all the other events, but all my commands are being played back. So the logical game state, at least, is entirely deterministic. So I can play this back. If I've got some play testers that find a bug that's in the logic, not all the other stuff, unfortunately, then they can send me that stream of commands to get into the same state. But now the camera's catching up with all the game action, and here I am deterministically in the same spot with the same events played back. So I think maybe you're saying with reactive, you would try to bring even more things to be expressed as streams of events, and be able to play them back deterministically, and you'd be able to debug better. You'd be able to recreate states better, and also like your games or your apps responses to things would be more predictable as well. I think that's what it comes down to. Maybe I don't understand it completely yet, but yeah, it sounds like good stuff actually. Particularly for games, man, because games, they've got all kinds of weird tweaky shit that it's hard to debug and get it into the exact same state you had it before. Okay, so then let's go back. Console. Oh yeah, these paths. So if I go to my scene organization, got all these paths. This whole thing is wrapped in an editor only block. But the paths are useful outside of the editor. So I think I'll just grab, stop. I'll just grab all of these and refactor them into at least I'll grab all of these paths and refactor them. Let's make a new path util class. Okay, so then come back over to the scene organization and just say all these go away. build to find everything that breaks. Okay, cool. Anyway, what else? What else? All these alternate paths being tested for the first time. Okay. Weird. I'm like, how did that ever work? Oh, it must be down here. Okay, cool. Makes sense. Just move it up top. There we go. Yoink that. Okay, so my idea here was that persistent audio, that particular class, would be using directories for audio that weren't yet built into bundles. Huh, that one might be tough. Like, I might actually have to build a bundle. But for my alpha demo, I don't have to do speech audio, so I won't worry too much about this. Let's do think it's like if I do that, I'll do it the inelegant way first. Okay. Okay, everything decode should be outside of this editor block. Anything else? So far, this isn't too bad. Okay, so let's go to hands controller. So feels like these should not be editor only code. Let's see if that pulls any sweater threads. Yay. Okay. Little code cleanup. Man, if this is all I've got, I'm making good progress. I know it's bad luck to say that, but okay, board does not contain a definition of verify integrity. So what I want to do for that, oh man, I thought the asserts were going to compile out, that they don't. That's really annoying. I bet what's going on is the cert compiles out, probably, but the expression does not. Expression still calls, which also bothers me, because that means all the places I've got asserts could have extra code being executed to perform the expression evaluation. I think it's gonna compile out the expression, but it probably has an initial compilation pass where it sees the missing reference as an error. So I need to get past that first. Thanks, buddy. Good explanation. Alright, so this is a pretty easy thing to solve, though. Just make a stub version of the same function. That'll fix that one too. Just follow the same pattern. Put in a quick stub. I think it compiles out, so I'm not too worried about it. And even if it didn't, not the kind of thing I need to worry too much about as far as performance. I'll get to performance optimizations later. Man, that'd be great if that was all of them, but I doubt it. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. So this whole class is not present. Okay, no problem. No 0. Maybe refactor this to float util. It's the same. Refactor this as well. Okay, I compiled the scripts. So the part that's coming up is the one that I'm more scared about, which is bugs that only exist in the player and not compilation errors. Compilation errors, I can fix those all day. But troubleshooting bugs that only come up in the player, that's what I'm actually a little bit afraid of. So if I hit play and I have no errors and it loads a level and then I don't see it, I'll be so happy. I'll be so happy, but I don't think I'll be that lucky. I think there'll be at least 1, probably 5 player-only errors. I went a whole year without making a player build. This is stupid. Why would I do that? Razaphone, I bet you make a player build every day of development. At least every week. Because you've got it in your head, you've actually got to release a product and you've got testers that need the builds and everything. Yeah. This is the problem when you're a little bit solitary, doing your little develop at home type thing, and you're not thinking that much about the real world stuff that's coming up. Yeah, it works on my computer. Yeah. Boy, making a player build takes a while too. So if I do have to debug some player-only bugs, it could get real ugly. If you got any tips for me, I'm all ears. For like efficiently making player builds that will work, or if they don't work, debugging them. I haven't actually run into any problems yet. I'm just assuming I'm going to hit some problems. Like, it'd be nice if I could, I probably can do this, if I could make a build that has just all the editor only code removed. I could do that actually. I could do that and still run it in the editor. Yeah, if I have a lot of problems, that might be one of my first things I do, is just find a way to make an editor build, but with all the conditional compilation, removing the editor stuff. Other things that might be good is, how do you make the speed of the player build get better? Because this is taking a long time. If I have to make multiple builds like this, like 20 in one day to troubleshoot something, that's gonna suck. Okay, it succeeded. Here we go. Okay, that's good. This is the initial level load screen. Alright, load a level. Oh my god. I see my animations working. Okay. No audio. So something about the audio didn't work. The game's working though. I'm happy about that. Real happy about that. Okay, now I'm hung. I'm in a hung state. Dang it. Oh, this is the kind of shit I was worried about. I didn't make a way to exit out of it. I remember this being a problem before. Okay. So I gotta force quit it. No, I quit on its own. Okay, that's not so bad. Okay, so problems that came up. Let me just record them before I forget them. Okay, makes sense. Okay, let's start a new area here of bugs. No audio, or more specifically, no sound effect audio. I'm assuming that I needed to build a bundle or something like that and load the bundle. Okay. What else? Logic hang. After first level loaded and stepped south on ice. That I might be able to reproduce inside the editor. Okay. And generally, I need. I'm flying blind here. I need some kind of log. So does the player output a log? Okay. Yeah. Where's the log files? Library logs, Unity player log. Home, library, logs, Unity. Okay. So there's problems with my asset loading. Let me check the date on this. So this is no. this is probably not it. I don't know if this is the actual problem or not, though. Yeah, okay. Last modified January, that's not it. That's nothing. UPM log. Okay, this one today. Okay, I need to be able to log commands. You're just following your own advice. Yeah, that feels like maybe the first thing I should do is get some kind of facility for outputting exceptions and errors and commands into this log or some log. I need some way to be able to get that information. So that's what I'm going to work on next. I'm going to take a quick break, come back 5-10 minutes, something like that.
get back into it. Oh my god. Okay, I'll be right back. Rereading your original thing. Preprocessor is a must if you have data in a scriptable object. That may change during gameplay. I don't. Writing a game for standalone platforms is easier because they behave similarly. Thankfully, I'm not writing for mobile. There's a game I just don't think will work well on mobile. So, Windows, Mac, mildly interested in building on Linux. There just aren't that many players there, but I understand, particularly since I aim to open source this. Linux is probably a platform I care about. And then the consoles eventually. But first I want to make a successful release on PC and Mac. Okay. So my first thing is I need some decent logging.
don't want it to compile out. Okay, this might be appearing in a different place than the Unity directory. Let me check for that. I may have a player log someplace. Yeah, C Space Labs, GK, player log. Okay, this is better. Yeah. Good stuff. And this one was created recently. Good. Okay, good. Okay, it's failing to load the sound effects. There's a whole bunch of game objects that have reference to scripts that are not going to be present in the player build. And I wonder what a graceful way is to just say, don't worry about it, or where are all these references though? I understand cable socket. Where's Edge 8 cube decorator? In my scene, where is that? How do I even find that? I think it should all be in main. Or editor, actually. There's a bunch of stuff there. I was thinking this should just compile out. Like this should not even be in the scene. Oh, that's interesting. Oh no, that's something else. Never mind. So all these, that's a lot of clutter at the best. Like assuming this has no effect on my player, it's still a ton of clutter. I do not want it to. God damn, that's a lot. Okay, let me just skip past all that then. Okay, maybe there's something I can do as part of the build process where I strip out the scripts that aren't actually going to be used in the player. This is all related to editor-only scripts, but they're not on editor-only objects. They're on playtime game objects. There's just going to be thousands of them. I know what they go to. They go to all the decoration objects. So I think I'll work on fixing these because they're just going to clutter up all my logs. I won't be able to see anything. Let me also see if I could look down below. Yeah, these are all sound effects. Sound effects are failing because they don't actually have any clip to play. Okay. First thing, I just want to see if I can strip out components during the build process. That's not a good answer. Yeah. Ignore this guy. He's not saying anything useful. Yeah. Yeah. This is my problem right here. This guy gave a really good set of answers. This guy is the shit. Don Loquacious. Alright. Sign me in. Had to sign in just to like his awesome response. Okay. So one thing I know is that I can permanently remove these scripts with impunity from the decoration objects, which is where almost all of them seem to be. So I think I may want to add like another thing in my pre-pros level. Let's go to one of the ones that has actually got stuff in it that should be deleted. All kinds of decorations. If I go over here, got decorations. No, level. Okay, decorations. Okay, cool. They don't have a prefab instance. This script is the thing that's going to be complained about because the associated script isn't there. So what I want is something that goes through all the game objects here and just removes their components. So, let's see. Z, what's going on, man? It's been a little while. Maybe it's not type, maybe it's... What does typo return? Fine. I've been good. I'm on vacation, second week of 2. The second half of my vacation is at home. First half I was out in Idaho. Doing stuff with some relatives, and I was up in somebody's mountain cabin. That's not quite right. I was in the guest house of a mansion on top of a hill. So it's not a cabin, it's not a mountain, it's just a big hill. And there's like a Airbnb rental that I did. My wife and I, we stayed at this guest house, and you could see like the mansion might be the wrong word, but it was a friggin' big ass house. It was sort of like being guests of rich people, except they didn't know us. But it was a cool place. Yeah? If you don't mind my asking, where are you at? I mean, I thought at the beginning of the lockdown that Airbnb was going to be in big trouble. I think they did have to lay off a bunch of people. But then after a while, it's like, where am I going to have a vacation? I guess I can go stay in a hotel. Hotels, they kind of make sense, actually. But Airbnbs made more sense after a bit. And you can go someplace where maybe it's better to stay in an Airbnb, because if the whole place that you're at is in lockdown, then yeah, you'll be staying inside a little bit more. And if you don't feel good about going out to restaurants like I do, then Airbnb is better. You can cook, right? You can make some meals for yourself. Yeah. I think the way I did it with the rental in Idaho is I said, okay, breakfast and lunch, mainly I'll cook that myself. And then the dinners, we did it with delivery. And then we did go out to a few restaurants. Although that made me nervous going out to the restaurants, because the people in Idaho are kind of like, this COVID stuff is not for real. It's a bunch of nonsense. They're not as populated, so they don't freak out as much about it. All right, so let's see, what was I looking on? I was looking for find objects of type all. Let's get to but there's more than one. Okay, hold on. Let me just get the declarations in. In this form, what is the first parameter? Type. Yeah. And why can't I pass type here? Oh, okay. Okay. So if I say component type, go through them and remove components. Remove. All right, let's see how that other snippet said to do it. Remove component, and then you pass in the type. Okay. That does not seem to work. So what's the issue with that? I got Unity Engine. Yeah. Okay. Okay, well, let's... try it the way this guy said to do it. This is where my C# skills are falling down a little bit. So I want to make this like a generic way to just remove all the components of a certain type from all the objects that have them. And I know that I can put in like a specific name of something, like edge 8 cube decorator. That's fine, but I don't want it to be that specific. I don't want to have to declare a separate instance for each type of component if I did like a generic, because I could do a generic template class, but then I have to instance it for each stupid thing. I don't want to. So how do I use a variable to do it? Is there, maybe there's an alternate way I can call this. Yeah, there is. Okay, so then I can do component type. Okay. Then we say destroy. Okay. So in theory that could work. Go ahead, let's hit something there. And I want to be a little bit careful about using this . One's for the editor. Destroy media you do in the editor. Okay, that's fine. Okay, destroy immediate. What's the second parameter? The guy said true. Allow destroying assets. Okay. That seems important. I do intend to destroy the assets, I think. Alright, so let's set this to true. Let's wrap this all inside of this. It's editor only code. And I want to fail this if anything is plain. So that's the workhorse. I think let's make a top level thing that just gets rid of components that are known to correspond to editor only scripts. I think this is a little bit silly. I want to remind myself that this really will delete this forever. I have to add it back in. So I'm just going to put this kind of stupid thing in there. In React, there's a function called dangerously set inner HTML. You know what? I'm gonna do the same thing. Let's that convention make sense to me. Dangerously. Let me make a component I don't care about, or I'll add this component to just one thing. I'll add it to a game object I don't care about. It'll be a component I don't care about. I'll do that before okay. What I can do actually is I'll I'm kind of worried that like somehow this might affect prefabs. I don't think it will, but maybe it will. So, okay. Yeah, let's make a bullshit script. Delete me. Script. Not delete me. Well. Okay. That's there. Now there's some other build problem there. Let's fix that. I thought there was. Yeah, the second one, the second form. That's exactly. All right, let's just break this out a little bit. Oh, yeah, right. Okay. So this will be delete me component. It'll be type of. Oh, I gotta do like a little function thing. Yeah, okay. Now does it build? Cool, it builds. So then, after I trust this thing, I'll put it inside a preprocessor, but for now, let's put it in here. We'll go. Okay. So here, I have not yet added this bullshit component to any scene objects, so there should be no objects. Yep, cool. Okay, now I'll make a nonsense object. Some stupid object. I'm going to add one component that's maybe I don't want it to get removed. I'll add another one that I do want to be removed. Okay. I'll go ahead and prefab it because one of the things I want to test is that this component removal will not do anything with prefabs. It won't affect the prefabs in any way. Okay, so let's just throw it in the top level for now. Cool. I think it'll fail if I leave the prefab connected. I'm going to try it though that way first as a test. Okay, there should be one. Oh, there's two. This is the shit I was worried about. There's two. And then some kind of exception. And an exception before it got down to here. Weird. Okay. I think it was not able to cast one of them to game object. Is that what's going on? Let's see. It'll say down here. Okay, let's run that again. What's actually in my array? me try something different. Okay, does this succeed? It does. It does not, actually. Okay, so this here is probably gonna just skip over the loop. No, I had the same exception. Okay. Oh, you know what this is? I'm using resources. I don't want the resources. I don't want assets. I'll just do game object. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Well, hold on. Isn't there, maybe there's another one. I've used this many times. Stop it. What was that shit? So yeah, what about that type? What about that? Okay, is that an issue? Oh, I see. So you think that I should fix that by making it go back to Unity Engine object. Okay, no problem. Okay, it'd be great if I have just one. It's gonna be one? No, it's still got some issue with the casting thing. God, I've done this before. All right, so let's do this. Let's go. Get rid of the game object. There. want to see it blow up on the cast, if that's really the problem, is the cast. One, thank you. Yep. I wonder if I even need to cast it though, do I? If each one of these is going to be the component already. And this extra call to get the component from the game object seems off. Okay, now I'm starting to get it now. Because the code I was borrowing from was saying, go ahead and get me all the game objects. That's not actually the thing I need. Okay. So this, I think, is wrong. I mean, if I did cast this to the type, then I would be able to get the game object from it. But I don't really need the game object, because what am I doing on the next line? I'm just getting the component from the game object. That's what I already have to begin with. If that fails, and it should fail, but what about just... what if I do this? I'll just say... Okay, that's good. That worked. Okay, cool. Although I didn't expect it to work, because it is a prefab instance. Also, I could set this to false and I'll probably be safer. I don't want to destroy assets. I want to destroy components in scene objects. So I think I don't need that to be true. Let's take a look at my stupid object. I don't know if this was on that same run. I don't think it was. All right, clear that out. Okay, it did remove it. Well, good for you. Good for you. Let me just add it back in. Okay, I'm going to duplicate this. Oh, also, let's take a look at this guy, make sure it's intact. Yeah, it's still got the same stuff. Okay. So this one has got that. This one's got... Okay, that's kind of weird. Let's do another one. And this one I'll unpack. And let's do another one. I'm going to give it 2 of these and see what happens. I just got to do some tests, and I got to feel good about this running on all of my scene objects and just deleting components left and right. So let's set this to false. Seems like I can make this a little cleaner by just going component, as component, okay. Run this dangerous thing again. And we do even one more thing. One more test. Let's add that, and I will just go ahead and remove the component to start. There we go. So I want to see 5 objects, 5 components come back. Okay, so how many do we get? 5? Nice. Okay, let's see where they're all at. Yeah, there's the one that has 2 of them. And then I think it's missing 4 because 4, some stupid object 4 doesn't actually have a delete me component. Okay. Two, 3, 4, 5. Nice. I'll go check the results. Some stupid object 4 looks the same. Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah, the ones that are unpacked, they don't have that extra reference left around. Yeah, that looks healthy. That looks good. Okay. Feel pretty good about that. I think I tested it. I think I got past the scary stuff. I'm going to do something to back it all up before I move on to the thing where I actually delete scripts. Okay, let's save everything. Come on. Save everything here. Okay. And we'll say let's do a big old git commit.
right before I start deleting stuff. Okay. Right before removing editor only components from decorations. That way, if I really mess something up, I can go back. Okay, then I think let's just make an array. Hopefully I can do that. Type I think it was Razophone who clued me into this, that I can log my exception with the context object. Let's do game object, and it will show it in the scene hierarchy, which is really cool. It's definitely been helpful. Let me see how this does. Oh, I don't need to do the new. I'll just go like bam, like that. Okay. Phew. All right, here goes.
Let me just make sure I see at least one so I can do a good test. There we go, very first one. That's got it. Nice. Okay. Let's try deleting the first one. Seemed to work. Okay, step up. Okay, good. It was successful. At least it seems it was successful. So let's take a look at the first one. No scripts on you. I like it. So now I just need to populate this with all the classes that might need to be removed. I think starting out, probably the best thing is only to use the decorator ones. Because those ones I know I don't need to come back to. Here, actually, get a list of them from here. Wall descender decorator, edge 8, cable socket, don't need it. That might be all of them. You know, there's only like 2,000 something of these. Should be easy to scan through them all and catch everyone. But so far I only see those 3 classes. Let me just take a look through what classes I might be using. So, level decoration. Decorators, edge 8. Might as well throw this one in too. I know it's not being used on this level, but it's the same kind of thing. Panel decorator. I got all these. Floor decorator, wall decorator. Those are all going to compile out too. Okay. Okay. So these ones are fairly easy to add back in if I want. It's a reasonable strategy to remove them for a player build, add them back in later if I need to do more editing. They affect the logic for adding textures. Floor decorator, stair decorator, wall decorator. Kind of scary. I got everything backed up. Okay, so this first one is going to be for cable socket. How many to delete? Whole bunch. Okay. Let's step out. Any exceptions? Nope. Next one. Okay, that one should already be removed. 0. Yep. Next one. Floor decorator. Should be in maybe 10s of them. Yep. Cool. What's the next one? Stair decorator. There'll be some 10s, I think. Maybe 100. No. Okay. There'll be maybe several 10s of those. Oh, okay. Cool. There'll be a bunch of those. Yeah, nice. This might make my scene load a lot faster too by removing these. Because I think all those little scripts have to execute even if they don't really have any code to run. I don't know, maybe not. Okay, this one. There should be no wall panels. Yep. Okay. Let's take a look at this corner. Oh yeah, that's what I like to see. Nothing there. Okay, I still got all my stuff intact as far as I can tell. Let's make sure I can run this in the editor before I do a whole player build thing. Okay, hold on, this guy. Yep. so I might be able to reproduce that earlier bug I saw in the editor, which would be nice. No, no such luck. Looks like it's in good shape. Alright, cool. Check the console log, see what's up there. Clean, except for this known thing, which is Pro Builder code. Okay, that's all good. So that's delete me one. Save that. Go and do delete me two. Let's see if it worked. Yep. Okay, save that. All right, it's time to make a build and see if I can get a much cleaner log. Also, I should probably just delete or make a copy of this earlier log. Or I could do that too. Is that right to the log? There we go. It just clears that particular. Okay. I don't have to necessarily delete the whole log. It looks like this tool will clear the window for me. Okay, let's make a build. This will take a little while. Okay, this is going to take a little while. Last time it took like 5 minutes or something like that. So I'm going to go downstairs and make myself a quick little snack and come back up. Won't take me too long. In fact, I'll even just leave it running if anybody cares to look at it instead of bringing up the little screen. I'll be back. Oh, I take it back. Oh, that's nice. So making a build after you've already done it one time is much, much faster. I'm learning new things today. Okay, very cool. Let's open this up. It's doing a load of the first level, which was pretty fast. Still the audio is not working, that's fine. The predictive is though, that's cool. Alright, so like before I was able to do like, I think one move across the ice and then I got a logic hang. So it's not a hang of the whole engine. I can still see animations going. But there was some error that said, screw it, we're just not doing any more game logic updates. It's probably a better term to use than logic hang, but for now that's what it is. Okay. So didn't it crash exactly? Which is nice. All right. All right, so we got a much nicer log here. These are just the sound effects exceptions. I don't know why there's so many of these exceptions. Because I didn't issue more than oh, I know why. Because it's trying to call this perform function again. Because it's never successful. So I could do a couple of things. I could make the play functions more robust so they don't throw exceptions, but I don't think that's the right way. I think the second way is better, which is just fix the sound effect loading. But I'm pretty sure it's this repeated call to perform this sound effect that is causing the logic hang. I don't know that. I think it is. So let's go back up to the top. So I can figure out this loading of sound effects. I did get a nice little bit of victory here too, that that all the components that were linked to editor only scripts are no longer cluttering up my log file. So that's great, actually. So I see at least 3 bugs here, at least 3. One is failing to load the sound effect assets. This devnav thing, which I can get that to yank out. That's editor only. Okay. What's this unserialized? Unloading 6 unused serialized files. That's fine. That seems benign. Although I might look into it a little bit later why they're still being referenced or whatever. Some issue with the shader. At least it's not in the shader code, though. It's in code that is meant to update the shader with new properties. Okay. Then there's this stuff here with the clouds. So there's like maybe 4 bugs there. And I'll probably find some more before it's over. It seems like the main one to worry about is this sound effect loading. So that's one I'll do next. But I'm gonna take not even a full half-hour lunch break, more like a 10-minute lunch break. So I'll be back in no time. All right, on the path. Things are going pretty good.
think while I'm eating my little lunch here, I'm gonna read a little bit more about this thing that Rhizophone turned me on to. Speaking of reacting, I'm reacting to my sandwich dropping in my lap. Reactive programming. Well, I didn't do that. I have a clean separation between UI and logic. Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay.
One thing I wonder about this UniRX framework is if it's allocating memory as it runs, because that's one of the problems that I have with my own system of events that get passed back from the game logic to the UI. It's a little bit hard to explain why it's causing me to allocate, so I won't go into it. Yeah, I basically have a bunch of code that does something like this. No, not Unix. If it allocates one time, like at the start of a scene or at the start of your project, that's no big deal. If it allocates, while you got frame updates, then it's trouble. Yeah, but you've got a subscription to your properties. I forget what they're called. So there's like a pub sub thing that's happening. All right, I shouldn't like look for little implementation things that might be bad about it. Yeah. There's no reason why it couldn't be implemented in a way where there's some kind of statically allocated or reused pool of memory. So there's no reason why it couldn't be that way. Concept seems good. Let's see. So the next thing I want to beat is this thing about the sound effects not loading. Maybe I have to manually build my assets. Time to futz. Actually, before I do that, let me go to the boot scene and check that it actually works within the editor. This is that ugly splash screen at the beginning. If I say play, oh, well, that's not good. So some errors there. Oh, okay, that's the scene organization. Okay. Okay. That worked. Sound? Yeah. Okay. So it's definitely specific to the build, not just the. Okay. So this is not a proper level. I think I'll fix a little bug in my scene organization. Oh, the issue? Okay. So, yeah, I'd be awesome if you know some ideas here. I have WAV files that are marked as addressable. And when I do load asset async from editor or, playtime in the editor, it's successful. But when I build my player, the same code that loads the addressable WAV file asset fails with an exception. So it seems like maybe the asset's missing from the build. But I thought when I clicked on addressables and I said, make it addressable, it would automatically get included. I guess I was wrong about that. So I go to SFX and I say, for example, this guy here. Oh, maybe I have to. Oh, maybe I got to set it into. Maybe I have to set it to an asset bundle. Let's do that. That seems likely, actually. Okay. Yeah, but in the player, it wouldn't use the editor for asset loading, right? Okay. I will, but we just finished with this one operation. For now, I'll put it there. Okay. Addressable settings. Let's go to that. I haven't worked with these much. Okay. So here's the profile. Well, that's the thing. I didn't do anything special to build my addressables, so maybe I have to. I did just now just try setting the asset bundle to something on all of the different sound effects. I was thinking maybe that might be it. Let me just try that real quick. So it won't build automatically when I make a player build, I think is what you're saying. Okay. Okay, it's importing all the assets. That's good. Okay, so I built that. So now that I built that, then the theory is that if I do a... Hey, Jet Boy. Sorry, I missed you a couple days back. I had a stream set up where I couldn't see you chatting. Let's try it. Hope things are going all right with you. Oh, that's cool. What kind of business? That sounds promising. Oh, my sound effects loaded. Razophone, you know what you're talking about. Nice job. Okay, let's see if I can walk around a little bit without it doing the same logic hang. Okay, the last time I think it was sliding that screwed it up. No, I'm still good. Wow, this is not bad.
I can see my shader working. Cool. Hey, Jeff Boy, you know anything about iPads? I've got an iPad that the charger stopped working on it. Don't worry, I'm not gonna try to ship my iPad to you or anything. Okay, so I see a few issues. Text Mesh Pro is like not doing anything for me here. Could, but it feels like with the camera movement, if I smooth it, it's going to cause some other gameplay problems for me. Because there's this... It might be something to play around with a little bit, but yeah, it is smoothable. I can make the camera come in a little bit slower, but it tends to cause some other issues with the camera. Like if I go off real fast, then I want the camera to be over there real quick too. So there's probably some tweaking to do it. It's like a logical puzzle-solving game. Glad to see that work. I'll tell you what, Jet Boy, how old are you? 16? Sorry, man. I am doing play testers right now. I'm like getting ready to start an alpha play testing thing. But because the overall rating for this game is going to be M for mature, it probably will be, and because there's some things that parents might object to in it, I'm cutting it off at 18 or older. So sorry about that, but at some point I'll put it out in a more general way, and it'll just be like there's a demo someplace that you could download if you wanted to. Just doing a little bit of play testing here because this is the first time in about a year that I had this running inside the player. Which effect are you talking about? Discs. I don't know what I'm not sure which one you mean. Maybe it's when I destroy these guys, but it's a little bit, let's see. This stuff here, like the screen there, maybe that's what you mean. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of proud of that one. So I'll show you how I did it. At some point I will open source. Let me see. Do I have developer keys or did they compile out? No, it didn't work. Okay. So I'm not in bad shape with all this. Pretty close to getting this like in a decent state. Yeah, maybe your friend Aaron. Here, I'll show you JetBoy. So I've got this page here for playtesters, and I'm gonna paste the URL inside of the chat window if you want to grab it. But it's got the criteria there. It's got the criteria for anyone who wants to be a playtester there, and instructions for contacting me. But yeah, that's cool. I appreciate it. Let's see. Let's go. I'll show you Razophone how that effect is done. So I have a karaoke projector, and it's got the karaoke camera that plays on it, or that I think you are, yes. You helped me with like a couple of things today. So the camera renders to a render texture. This thing with the lines, there's a scrolling texture basically, and the scrolling texture is set up in such a way where it emits light, these scan lines. And then I did some stuff where I added extra layers of scan lines. But here, inside the editor, I've still got the developer keys, so I can show you the overall effect with the stuff playing on the TV. But all the weird little patterns you get, that's just Moire effect, M-O-I-R-E. So here. So, and this thing at the top is a bit of a accident. The UV mapping of these lines is kind of crazy up here. But this is just these lines again, but they happen to be UV mapped in a way that they kind of flash along the top like that. Anyways, that was a lucky accident. But the thing with the basic principle that makes it cool is Moire. So I've just got this material scroller script. All it does is scroll the texture on the material, and once you've got that scrolling texture with the scan lines, then it's fun. You can like throw that same texture in different places, and it'll do crazy stuff. Yeah. And then like the sort of random emergent patterns, that's just all more effect. Yep, UV shift, exactly. Alright, so let's go back to the booter. I'm not doing bad on this. I'm making some decent progress in getting all this stuff done. I'm feeling a little bit better. Okay, so project scenes, boot. I guess save, yeah. Alright, so I should fix the other errors that it complained about. I'm not sure if it'll still complain about this one. The clouds, oh, I should be able to fix that. Okay. Can't destroy the transform. That seems like an easy one to fix. Yeah. Clear this. And make another build. Run it again, see what errors I've got. So I do the levels manually. There's a whole bunch of editor scripts inside of it, but it's just manually inside of the scene, which kind of makes me sad in some ways, because like it'd be nice to be able to get somebody who doesn't have the full Unity setup to be able to make some levels real quick. So at some point I might make a level editor. It might be a little like Portal 2's, where you can't do every single thing that you could do inside of a scene editor inside of Unity, but you'd be able to make some basic levels. Okay, so let's see. Save that. Yeah, so I had maybe similar problem with tiling. This is taking a little bit longer. So I did write like an auto tiler. So when you describe like a traffic simulator, I'm picturing different road tiles, and you want them to connect together without having to choose the tile in each spot. So I did write something for that, because that stuff will just kill. It'll just eat all your time. So if I go to Jesus. All right. So this ice stuff, right? You can see like all the different tiles that make it up, and you might imagine it would be a pain in the ass to manually set the right tile for each spot. So if I go like that, you know, it'll pick the right tiles. And same thing for these roads. Yeah, so I was like, let's see, not that one, but if I take the parent one, get the idea. Yeah, I do have, I mean, if you're interested, written for peace and all derived classes just work with that tweaker. Yeah, pretty much. So let's see, we've got tile cube. Where's it at? Oh yeah, road tile slot. So I've got this. I got this class, road tile slot, right? And it only runs in the editor. Like that was like if you want to do that tiling code, I think the right way to do it to auto tile is to have it only run in the editor and like leave no trace of itself when the game plays. So there's like a lot of third-party assets on Unity Asset Store that I tried, and I got upset because they would all insist on creating this whole data structure and bringing that into your player code, your playtime code. I was like, no, like whatever auto tiling happens, just do it in the editor, save it in the scene, and then none of that code should be necessary inside the game, unless you got a game where it's got, you know, a need to auto tile inside the game. But I just wrote it that way. I also made it so it doesn't it doesn't require like anything in the editor that has to stick around in the editor. It just uses like some ray casting to figure out what objects are nearby and stuff like that. But yeah, so let's see, tile slot. This is the base class. This is pretty simple, this whole class. I mean, this is almost all the real code. Yeah, I'm happy to send this to you too if you're interested. At some point, not too long ago, I'm going to open source everything. I'm just not quite ready to do it. Empty game objects to define a direction vector. No, let's see, what do I do? It's nothing very complicated. So there is, where's it at? So this is all editor only code. There's this thing that says just get all the objects. You have a lot of public transform variables. No, I don't think so. So there's this thing that just gets all the objects that are of a tile slot type. And then there's this other code that, let's see, called, okay, so in the update code, this is code that only runs in the editor. It looks for changes and then it says apply, and then okay, this is just kind of some event-based code. Refresh for local change. So whenever it sees some kind of change in the editor. It runs this code, which is not optimized at all. It doesn't have to be, it's editor only. It says go grab everything that's a tile slot, and then refresh everything that's close to the change. And then it's calling the refresh method on each of these other tile slot objects, which is the same class I'm inside of. And it passes in the list of all the tile slots so it doesn't have to find it again. Then refresh. It looks at those tile slots and it says what prefab should I use in this determine tile method, which is virtual. And if the tile that comes back, it's the same as what it's already set to. It doesn't do anything. Otherwise, it uses a prefab instance to create the tile. That's correct. I would never do it this way inside the player. This is the great advantage of making editor-only code. You don't have to worry about it being efficient at all. You can instance prefabs on the fly and everything. It's fine. Yeah. So this determine tile is a virtual method. So each type of thing, like a road tile or a ice tile, has got a derived class which implements determine tile. And determine tile is going to return back a prefab. So if I look at this, this is the child class for the road tile slot. It just goes and looks for a tile match, and then it returns back the prefab that should be set. And this is kind of ugly if then else code, but like I said, it's editor code, so I don't have to worry too much about it. That's the main thing that all those third-party assets they screw up on is they put all this junk inside playtime code, and then I had like this one third-party asset for making auto tiling grids, and it had a lot of nice features, but damn, it was slow. It introduced so much bloat. Alright, so I just built this thing. That's clear. Let's go ahead and open it up, see what errors I still have. Okay, I'll walk around a little bit. Okay, let's see. Oh, nice. There's like nothing here. Okay, there's this little bit here. Object reference not set. Is this the only thing? Okay, there's something here. I can fix that. I can fix this. Then if I go, just component util. Yeah, that's permanent though. I don't want to make it permanent. Let's figure out a better way to do this.
So the problem is this will be mono behavior. Okay. I don't need this. I don't need this file. I'll just delete it and fix all the places that reference it. Because I do want this behavior, but I want it to be running from a legit class instead of this dev-nav stuff. Okay, so dev-nav, where are you at? I don't think there's any dev nav here. Let's save this. Let's go back to boot. Wait a minute, where was that being called from? Level selector, okay. I don't know why this is here. What? I didn't put this here. Event collector. I didn't put this here. It almost looks like it didn't clean up properly. Added that to the scene. Weird. Good. Made a lot of progress, so let's just making a little save point I can go back to. Okay, let's save that. Okay, I need some way for this preprocessor code to skip over a whole bunch of stuff because this isn't a proper level.
I know what I can do. I can just say if there's no level game object, we'll say it's not a level, and that will help. Yeah, this one. Okay, that should fix that. Perfect. Okay, but I was doing something else. I was figuring out what's referencing the devnav script. So level loader does not seem to. Let me hit play, see what it does. Okay, that one's fine. I'll check my other two scenes just to make sure there's nothing in there. Do I have everything in here? Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Okay, let's check the other scenes. Delete me one. Ah, there it is. Yoink that baby. Okay. Save that. So I should check the prefab too. Yeah, get that out. Cool. Okay, looks good. Okay, let's see what other errors there were. So devnav. This is probably the same thing as the above, I'm not certain. Unused serialized files. Seems like a pretty benign benign message. I don't know if I'm going to worry about it. What else? Null reference. Okay, this one I do want to figure out what's going on with. Update shader. Yeah, I do have this problem of how do I get messages into the player log? Because this isn't necessarily all the information I want. There might be other things I want to add there. Yeah. That's not quite what I want to know. Maybe I just write to standard out. If I do console write line, is that gonna? Yeah, let's try that. Okay, somebody just ring my doorbell. I'm gonna go check out whatever that is. I'll be right back. I think that was just a package delivery. All right. We'll probably need that logging in order to get to the bottom of this particular error. Yeah, because I don't know which exact line it's complaining about. Maybe the material isn't set by the time it gets there, I'm not sure. Okay. Alright, make another build, see what we got. Not too bad. It's like 9 seconds, maybe 8 seconds to load a fairly complex level. Let me see if that text mess is still messed up. Yep. Although some of them are fine. That I don't like. So I've got it working fine for this game object, all these. But somehow these guys here are missing their letters. What to make of that? I should probably check it in the editor as well. Maybe it's not specific to the player, which would be great. Okay, let me try one other thing. Noticed a few things. One, it loaded the next level. Yay! Two, there's no fade. Also, it loaded the next level relatively fast. There was a little bit of a right at the beginning, a little bit of a frame drop. Oh, it wasn't bad though. I could live with it. I'm not trying to make that part perfect. Yeah, there's no fade. No fade at all. Okay. Same situation there. Alright, let's see what I got. Quit that. Okay. Oh, I need to run that same thing there. Okay, did I get any kind of... Yes, okay, these do work. These do work. Okay, so I can instrument this. So I can see what's going on a little bit better. Okay, this one of my levels needs to have all this junk removed out of it. I guess, is it this one? Yes, this is the one. Okay. Simple. Okay, what else? Let's go back to delete me one. I just want to make sure. That thing with the text missing is what I think it is. Take a few notes so I don't forget some things. Okay, this I can delete. Fixed. Fixed. Other stuff. Letters on blocks missing. Put this down here. Camera mover. Smoother or more time to move when closer to destination. For a smoother animation. Taking Risophone's suggestion. What else was there? Screen size. Change notification. Has an error. Yeah, this will go away with the removal of those components. Home stretch here. Whew. Cool. Okay, so those guys are there. Let's do this. I'll just put a new block, right next to where the player starts. And I won't have to keep walking over here to see. And it'll also allow me to test. Is there something about those specific instances of blocks, or is it really just all blocks? So we'll say this is A. Okay. Save that. The Goose of Wild. Hello, sir. What's going on? What do you want a dev rant about? I love a good rant. Although most of the time when I'm ranting, I usually find out it's something stupid I was doing that I didn't have to do. It's like, these shoes don't fit, they weren't made correctly. And then it's like, I've got my shoes on left foot on the right foot or something. Okay, let's see. Goose of Wild, he's typing, getting his rant, he's constructing his rant. Alright, let's see. So I want to just instrument this so I can see Tiger Team. Okay. Now I have to educate myself a little bit. What is a Tiger Team? Okay, got it. Gotcha. All the point we're getting ready to put down release estimates. Gave it from when I knew the issue. We're giving us enough time to resolve them all. Found a bit of international languages issue, which is going to delay. So I don't know if I caught you mid rant or if that is the rant, but you're saying like you had good estimates and then you forgot about I-18N. Oh, okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like you're the one that's got to deliver the deadline or say we'll have it done by X day, but you're relying on information provided by other people. And so
these people didn't say what the issue was. They've created a whole bunch of stress for you and your team. Yeah. Yeah, and then it's like, how can you ever say 100% sure that you're going to deliver by a certain date? Yeah. Particularly if, okay, 14th of October? Is that your deadline? Meaning like 3 days from now? And this was like an estimate they gave you last week. Yeah. Yeah, definitely been there. I've been the person who who forgot about the issue that was going to make it go a lot longer. I've been the person who collected the estimates from other people and had their neck on the line when they put it forward. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. But what I found is just add some time to whatever. I'm not saying that solves everything, but yeah. Sorry, man. I get tired and stressed just hearing about it because it goes back to familiar old patterns. Got too many tabs open. Is it a game development? Is it a game release or a DLC or something like that? Apps dev, yeah. Like mobile apps or a website. It's like oh, okay, mobile app, C#, Xamarin, yeah. Yeah. And then the next thing would be, is it an artificial deadline or is it tied to something in the real world, like a marketing campaign or because sometimes it's not that big a deal to ask for more time. You just take a little credibility hit, but you're still good and your team's not all fucked over and tired. Other times, promises were made that have money attached to missing the deadline. But yeah, I don't know your little ecosystem at work. But whenever I can, I try to just get some more time. Yeah, exactly. Because sometimes it's a better decision to be late and not burn people out, because even just being cynical about it, if you lose people, if one of your star devs says that's the last time I'm going to work the weekend, and they go, you won't hear about it. You won't hear them complain about it. They'll just update their resume. They'll start shopping around, and then the next thing you know, they've given notice. The seeds for them leaving could be planted this weekend. They're gone 3 months from now. And depending on your company and your tech, and it might be pretty costly to lose people when you burn them out. But sometimes it's not, and that's when it's sad. Because then it's like the correct business model is built on human misery. The most optimal business model is make them work, whip them. They gotta leave. Fine, we'll get some more. And even many companies, upper management, they're short-sighted and they think that that's true, and it's not. They'd be better off just being nice to people and easing up a little bit. So you're okay. I got it. So your team is off the hook, but you're like, you put the yoke on yourself. Yeah, I've done that before too. It's not a fun time, but I respect that decision. Like, I've got engineers on my team. I would rather work the weekend than have them work the weekend, because I don't want to lose them. My life's better if they stick around, so I'll take the hit every once in a while. But then again, if you got to take that hit too many times, you're going to suffer too. You're going to get burnt out. So, I know. Good luck with it. And you might be fighting for credibility too. Like, you might be saying, I don't have to do it this weekend. I don't have to, but I want to look good. I want people to believe me next time I say it's going to be on the 14th. So, it's a great feeling to do what you said you were going to do. It's a great feeling. So whatever decisions you make, I hope they're all worth it. I don't say that with any sarcasm or finger wagging at all. All right, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I want to instrument this thing. That's kind of silly, but I only gotta do it one time. I suppose I could just alright. This won't take long. What's weird? Your situation? Alright, I don't need all of these. I'm pretty sure this will be enough to find it, so we'll just do that. When I sign up Forever Comfort 100. Huh. Farsi. Is Farsi right to left? I bet, you know what, Goose, I bet it has something to do with right to left. So you've got some kind of Unicode text string, and I'm just seeing those symbols. It looks like Farsi to me, and Farsi is right to left, which can cause, depending on what kind of widget or component is displaying it, to make some decisions about layout. I forgot to clear my log. Dang it. Hold on. Okay, well, at least I know this is present here as well. Okay. Let me clear the log so I can see. Oh, wait. I think it did clear it for me. Okay. So I got to line 3, and then it balked. Okay, depth texture mode. It could have been camera too. Okay. I think it's probably the camera. Aha. So, I guess that does beg one question for me, and I know it is what it is at this point. But it seems to me that if you've got some strings that are like some text, insert a number. Okay, it seems to me like you want some kind of template.
like instead of your code concatenating the string together, it seems like you would want like whatever that Farsi text was, blah 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 blah, and then the number, as opposed to having some code that says the display text equals your localized text plus the number. The reason I say that is because the positioning of this value might differ from one language to the next. So like you might find in some other language that it's appropriate to have it like right in the middle. I'm obviously unaware of your entire context, but usually want to do like any kind of combination of dynamic variables and localized text. I want something like a template with insertion points. Yeah. Unit tests are good, particularly when you're really tired and under the gun. Okay, so what was this going to be? I wanted to say number 4 or 3B, just to make sure that I got through that line above. Okay. So then let's build this puppy again. Of course. I don't know why sometimes this build takes a lot longer than others. Yeah, don't know. Okay. Okay, so let's clear this and go. So camera is null. Bin and obj killed off. Not sure what you mean there. Oh, okay. You're referring to the build process. Yeah, maybe there's obviously some intermediate files that sometimes it reuses when it makes the build. Other times. What's not obvious to me is like when it clears them and starts them over, but that's okay. That's maybe not that big of a thing. So let's see. My camera is not set. Oh, that could be just that I tried to do a text output of something that doesn't have a proper. Okay, let's do it. Camera is null. Possibly. It's probably like an order of loading thing. Let me take a look at that again. Sure. Oh, interesting. So this is called again later, and it's fine. That makes some sense, because the shader does work, and the line weight is getting set correctly, which it would need from the screen size. And then yeah, but I think you hit on something, though, from your previous comment. It seems like this on-screen size change gets called more than once, and the first time it gets called, we're not ready. We're not ready. We don't have everything we need. Yeah. But it gets called again, and then we got it. Then we got the camera and everything. So, you know, I can resolve this pretty easily. And the first time it comes through, camera's null. If camera's null, then we're not going to update it. That's it. That's how it is. And I know it'll get called again. Let's say so it gets called on render image. Yeah, I gotta think about this a little bit. So I don't know if the second time it gets called, if it's gonna there. Okay, hold on. Let me think about this. I don't want to just throw in a bunch of junk code that seems like it'll do the job based on what I know right now. So that gets called on-screen size changed. Update shader. Screen size handler awake gets called. Then when it gets called the next time, though, it could be for this one on render image. But the question is, will the thickness be correct? back out. See, I'm not sure why you said height was null though. That's the only thing. I think it's just this camera is null when it first gets called. Because this will be an int. It'll get passed in as now null, I'm pretty sure. Unless, maybe, did you see something in the log? Let me double check. Screen update was calling update shader. Okay. Well, I got a few ideas. I think they will probably work, or they'll point me closer to the solution. Yeah. The camera is null when it comes in here. I start taking these out, being a little more strategic. Okay. All of these I should be able to set though. Let me check. What is material? Okay. It'll be a public material. That'll get set someplace. Yeah. Here. Oh, the material is probably not going to be ready yet either though. So that's fine. You know what? What I can do is just store the height here, which I've done, under thickness. And I can say if camera not equals null, update the shader. Well, there is a default value for thickness of 1F, so I've got a default set there. So what I'm doing here, yeah, so height's not going to come in null. It won't. That's not the issue. The issue is I go and I try to update the shader. So I have a screen size changed event. And that's where I need to have the camera set and the material set. I need this code to run before I can call update shader. And this event is coming in ahead of that. So if I set the thickness variable here, and it does have a default, so I am actually taking your advice there already, then when I later on come down to the other entry point into update shader for rendering the image, at that point thickness is going to be set. So when I go to update shader, it'll come down to here, set the float for the thickness property. Update shader is the binding of
not the binding, I guess, but it's a copying of values to the shader itself that the shader will be able to reference while it's running. So like the shader code, it doesn't have access to all the same instances and stuff. It's got a very limited set of things that are passed to it. An update shader is going to set all those variables that get passed into it. But I suspect this will do it. No, not sure. When you say native method, I might be ignorant of what a native method is. Like, maybe that's like some code that's, yeah. So yeah, I don't know. But anyways, I'm gonna try this. I have a good feeling about it. Yeah. Let's see what this guy did. Oh, look at that. Alright, my console log is running clean now. That fixed it. So, let's see, what else do I have? So I just made a minimal amount of code run to, yeah. So the first event that happens, which is the screen was resized, that happens when the player starts. And I just did the minimal amount I need to store the new thickness for lines that the shader uses, instead of updating everything related to the shader, because it wasn't ready yet when that first event fired. Then later on, when the shader renders the image, then it goes ahead and sets all the stuff that it needs, and it works. And I'm feeling smug. Okay, what was the other thing? It was let's see. Yeah, I've just got one more bug left on the player build. Letters on blocks missing. This is a weird one. If I run this in the editor, the letters are here in the block. If I run it in the player, they're not there. I will search the internet before I get deeper. Text Mesh Pro. Yeah, but some of them work.
It's a third-party asset I'm using called Text Mesh Pro. Not rendering in player. Yeah, this one. Um, 52. Like A through Z in lower and uppercase. Maybe you could say 26 if I don't need both. Maybe a text label texture. So there's like the built-in one here. I can't remember what the exact problem with it was, but there were some shortcomings. I'm not sure if that's the one you're referring to. This one here is what's on the block. Oh, you're saying like maybe just like pre-render the, don't use a third party at all, maybe just have a texture of my own that I put on top of it. Could do that, yeah. Yeah, if I saw enough flakiness with this, that would be the way to go. It would also do another nice thing for me, which is the way that Text Mesh Pro works is they create this giant plane in the scene. It's invisible in the game, and then they have a projector someplace that picks up the text from different points on this giant plane, which it's okay. I'm sure they're solving some problems with that. I did a similar thing with some text I wanted to do over here, but I don't like it cluttering up my scene. So no, my camera is inside the game world looking down over the player. They've got their own camera that's part of their third-party asset, which is beamed at that plane. It's rendering the text that they put on there to a texture, a render texture, and then they take that texture and they use part of it to put on top of the block like so. And then there's these fonts, which are yeah, I mean, I don't think their plane is gumming up anything in the game world. I don't know. I want to see if somebody else has come across the same problem yet. So this person is trying to do UI text. That's a little bit different.
Yeah, these people are describing problems that are like mine, but not exactly the same as mine. This is from a build of Unity about a year old, or about, yeah. I don't think I have a mix of, I'm not using any UE elements with it. I don't like all these reports that I'm hearing, just kind of general flakiness around text mesh. Amen. Amen. I mean, this one is one of the ones that's part of the Unity official assets packages, so I felt like it should be safer. But I have had some weirdness with it. Alright, that problem didn't look exactly the same as mine. Yeah. Let's do that. Sure. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Oh, it's just dark. It's dark, that's all. It looked like for a moment I'd reproduced it inside the scene view, but no, that's not it. Okay, so that's pointing to the box. Let's make it the main camera. Let's take the player camera and make it not the main camera. Well, here's another thing to consider in the troubleshooting. These guys that use Text Mesh Pro in much the same way do work. So ABBA, this letter gate prefab here, and this blog pad, they will show with the letters in the player, whereas all the blocks will not. I want to try your test though. It's interesting. It could do something. All right, so let's save that. Make a build. Okay. It's kind of interesting for me. I see this particular view of the game. I'm being a little self-indulgent here because I've never looked at it from this point of view. Anyways, yeah. All right, so it's not specific to the camera, so I'll put that back. It's a fair amount of work, but I actually am liking your idea of just make it your own texture that's got the letter on it and use that. It's not a bad idea. I've had enough weirdness around Text Mesh Pro. I wouldn't mind departing from it, but that'll be a lot of work, to be honest. And there is some places where I do need to use it. Like it'd be very impractical to redo all this in some kind of build your own text layout engine type thing. I mean, there is quite a bit of functionality inside of Text Mesh. Okay, so let's delete that. Nope. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, then there's the player camera. I'll set it back to be the main camera. Okay, another thing is maybe it's some form of Z-FUD. Maybe I don't have this texture up high enough. That would be a nice problem. That would be an easy one to fix if that was it. So this is cool. I just went in the prefab and the letters are missing. Nice to see something bad happen in the editor instead of the player. Oh, okay. As a troubleshooting measure, yeah. So I do kind of wonder, is it there, but it's just... Okay. Oh, I don't have any text set here. So it's not going to show anything here. So let's go back up. Let's undo all those changes I did. Edit. Oh, autosave is taking a long time. Okay. Oh, it could be a serialization thing. Set this to X. Okay, so this is showing inside of the prefab editor. And I've got this raised up a little bit. Where is the point where I'm raising it? Okay, let me just start writing down some of the troubleshooting ideas. Move it's possible. It's possible, but it doesn't happen in the editor though. That's the tricky part. So if I run the whole game within the editor instead of the built player, the blocks look fine. Okay, but I'm going to add something. Debug, based on what you said. Debug log, the player letter, so it can see if is set. And okay, move the offset out further. Maybe Z finding. Yeah, I can do that, or I can just say, after the level completes loading, let's output what that property is. And I think it'll say the letter that it's supposed to. But it could be wrong. It's something to check. Place with your own textures. Costly, but maybe a good solution. Maybe good for performance too. I don't know. It might actually be a smart thing to do for performance. Okay, let's see. I'll try this first one first. Don't think it'll be the reason why, but let's try. You know what? I can do two things at once. I can also take one of these, make one where the offsets are different. Yeah. Okay, so let's unpack this one. And then I'll take the up letter. I'll make its offset just really much further out. I kind of don't understand this whole thing here. It's a rect transform. Huh. So if I do this, what happens? Okay, wrong. Okay, X, if I do this, what happens? Okay, got it. Where's the thing that moves it out? I've got it position 0. Maybe I need it to go up like that, or no? Is that? Yeah, I thought I tried that. Maybe I eyeballed it wrong. Okay, you were right. You were right. Okay, so that one has got it raised quite a bit higher. So there's no way when it's raised that high that it's going to be disappearing underneath the surface of this other texture. Okay, so the last thing I'll do, I'll just test all 3 of these things in one build. I'll do the debug logging to see if anything is setting the letter wrong. Can I rotate a block? No. I mean, not in the game. So it's on the edge. Not sure what you mean yet. Do it this way. We'll say debug log pushed block with letter. Okay. Yeah, I can try that. So we'll take a copy of this. And we'll say 45 degrees, like that. There, it's on its edge, that kind of thing. Kind of curious what that looks like in the game. Okay, so there's like 4 things to try there. I'm gonna try all 4 of them. Yeah, see what happens. Boy, that's taking a while. What's it up to? Okay. Oh, it's got to do the friggin' roadmap. Okay, bathroom break. This is sort of a bad level to make changes to because it has this complicated thing it has to pre-process. I'll be right back.
build. We shall see what we shall see. What the hell, man? I don't care. There's no good explanation for this. There's no good explanation for this. So this block here. Well, I set up 3 tests here. I gotta process it. This block here, the only change that was made to it was the prefab. I set an initial value. Okay. This one here has got it. It's got an offset applied to the letter, and this one here is angled. But this one is the interesting one because like it didn't really make any change. Now I gotta go look at those other blocks, see if they're also fixed. They are. Well, ooh, sorta. Not really. Because they all say X. Yeah. So these ones, they do have a different value in the editor where they... This might be more related to serialization. So there's a value in the editor where they're set to A, B, C, D, or A or B. Now if I knock this guy, okay. So it was important that I went to this block. Yeah, so I can predict now that when I go look at my log, it's going to tell me that the letter assigned to this block was A. I'm going to go check. Yeah. So, or I guess B maybe. But it didn't say X though, that's my point. So the level retained the serialized properties of A's and B's that went with all the blocks. It's in the prefab. X is a default setting in the prefab. So there's some code. Oh, God, this is strange. Okay, and that's saying A. Okay, there's more than one problem of this type. So this should be B. It's taking the A from the prefab as well. I could already predict what will happen because I've got the behavior, which is it uses the prefab to display this. It doesn't use the scene object. In the scene object, I can look in the scene. It will have the right letter on it in the scene. But somehow when I run it through the player, it wants to use the prefab and not the modified scene object. And that's true for the block pads as well. It's not true for the letter gates. It makes me wonder what's different about the letter gates. If I remove the X from the prefab on one side, I'm 97% sure it's just going to show all these blocks with that one side removed. I could try explicitly running the code after the level loads to set the block faces. I'm worried about you though, Goose, because the 14th is coming up real fast, and you're like hanging out solving problems with me. Not trying to get rid of you or anything, but I'm worried about your deadline. Okay. So it's a collection of A's and B's and yeah. Yeah. Well, let's see. Let's close this guy down. Okay, so some options. Explicitly set the block sides at playtime. I don't like that. I don't want to do it that way, but maybe it fixes it. But what's the difference between the code that runs for the letter gates or what's the difference between these two? Alright, I'm going to delete the 45-degree angle one. And no, I generally don't uncouple the prefabs unless I've got a good reason to. But that's an interesting idea, though. Let's try that. So if I just take this block, unpack it, there's some code inside of the script here that will set the letter.
Okay, well, what's the difference between these letter gates, which are showing correctly? Okay, let's, I guess, lock that one. Get another inspector tab. I don't know. I forget how to bring up 2 inspector tabs. Okay, so that's that. I wonder, do I have static set on any of these? No. Anyways, that's a pretty good test. I am right next to it. I see about 20 planes an hour. Okay, so that disconnected from the prefab. So maybe it wouldn't be affected by the prefab at that point. What is the difference though between the block and the letter gate? Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm missing international travel quite a bit. I usually go to one country outside of the US once a year, maybe 2, just for fun. I like traveling. I'm not sure which part of UK you're from, but I've been more places than most Americans there. What city are you in? Okay, yeah, Nottingham I don't know. In England, London, of course. I've been to Sheffield, which is a pretty interesting place. It was actually fun to go to Sheffield because it wasn't a touristy place at all, you know. Bath, York, Lake District. There's different places, like Grasmere, I think. Grasmere would be this town in Lake District I went to. Got lost up in the hills there. Yeah, I was just in London a couple of years ago. So I like England a lot. I like Scotland. Haven't really been to Ireland. Haven't been to Wales. Want to go to Cardiff for kind of stupid TV tourist reasons, because they got like that Doctor Who spin-off that filmed there, And The Prisoner, someplace in Wales, they've got the Prisoner set, which would be awesome to see. Torchwood, that's it. Yeah, maybe there's nothing of interest to go look at related to Torchwood in Wales, but I don't know. It's more like you go to visit a city, and if there's some little extra reason to go there, it's nice. It gives you a little mission request. Yeah, okay. Cool. Yeah, there's this let's see. Are you familiar with the Prisoner? God, that was a cool show. And this show is so cool. White balls chasing people around. This guy's stuck on an island. He's trying to get off of it. Every episode, he's just trying to leave this island. It's before my time too. I'm old, but I'm not that old. The Prisoner. Let me see what do they actually have? Wales. Location. Is it still looking awesome? This was such a great set. Like they should just enshrine it. It's just so awesome. All the stuff they had, this weirdness. And it was this island that they would send people to for exile, but they would just headfuck everybody while they were there the whole time. They're like trying to get information out of different people and secrets. Like if you're a spy and they get hold of you, they want information out of you, they put you on this island and they just fuck with you all the time. It's and then like one day you they tell you, you're mayor of the town. What? I'm a prisoner here. No, you're the mayor now. I'm like, what? Stuff like that. It's a very cool show. Let me see. If there's still that ridiculous. Maybe they don't have it. Anyways, when I was in Bath, another thing I thought was funny is they had a Sainsbury's in Bath, but they made it in the old-timey style because of like the zoning codes and everything. So it looked like some ancient building that'd been around for centuries, but it was just a Sainsbury's. Anyways, hey, I love England. England's great. I gotta take a look at Nottingham. Alright, see, there. I found your house. It's right here. I don't know. Looks like a cool place though. I don't know anything about it. Alright. Then I get these stupid blocks working. What's the deal with these blocks? What is even going on with them? Alright, let's do the test. The test where it's disconnected from the prefab. Now let's see if that actually fixes it, or if it's the same behavior. Because it would seem that if it's getting it from the prefab, I disconnect it from the prefab, that it should retain its settings at that point. And if it doesn't, that gives me hints. Okay. Okay, so it did stick with the A as soon as I broke the prefab connection. It wouldn't be the end of the world to just break all the prefab connections on the blocks and the block pads, because I do feel pretty confident that I'm not going to come back and make changes to them at this point. So the A block went back there. These are still messed up in the same way. Yeah, there's no longer a link. Text rendering is changing from a camera level as opposed to the prefab level. Yeah, so there's something, I think I'm just saying it in a different way from what you just said, but there's something about cube has 6 sides at a camera level. At a prefab, it has an object with 6 sides that are all tied together. Are you saying there's a difference between what we see in the scene as opposed to what we see in the prefab? All right, I'm going to set this to nothing. And block pad, similarly, we'll take this to nothing. Yeah. I still don't have a good explanation for why the inconsistency between the editor and the player is one thing, and the inconsistency between these other objects, which are called letter gates, that use the same kind of rendering. So you come over here and you see the ABBA, that's the letter gates. They show fine in the player. Whereas the blocks and the letter pads do not. Okay, that one, that's interesting. Oh no, I'm not. I'm clicking the wrong thing. Okay, now this is the one I want over here. What's up with the pad here? Okay. Oh, I know what I did. First I dropped it and it used the letter default from the prefab. and this one is set to B. That's a local property. So this one was relying on the prefab. These guys, got their letters set. Okay. But what's different about these letter gates? Because the letter gates are working. They are also linked to a prefab. Okay. They've got an outline. I don't think that matters, but maybe it does. They're so there's two parts to it though. Like the game object that they're on is not translucent, I guess. But the one that they're parented to is. Okay, this was Text Mesh Pro Text, Mesh Renderer, Rect Transform versus, okay. Rect Transform. Oh, this does have a canvas renderer on it. I don't think the other one does. So this is using a canvas renderer. Whereas this one is not. Is that true? Let's double check that. Yeah, there's no canvas renderer in this one. Maybe I don't need it. Maybe I get rid of it. Okay. Let's see if the block pad's got a canvas renderer. It does. Okay, so suppose I just yoink it. I'll just remove the canvas renderer. Weird. Think about this. This looks like two different versions. Like maybe I created these two before the letter gates and I used like an earlier version of Text Mesh and it set things up differently. Thereby introducing a bug. So let me try this. Let's just make a copy. Call this old block. And this will be the new block. Okay, then I'll just redo all these. These have to be called the same thing. Alright, so you had Text Mesh Pro, text. Okay, let's add. Yeah, there's no canvas on this new one I created, which I like. Hey, yeah, Goose, it seems kind of like there's maybe two versions of this third-party asset, and there's an old way of doing it, and I created like the prefabs the old way, but I upgraded Text Mesh Pro. Oh, you've been really stupid. In what way? Not really following yet. Okay. So maybe that's the right to left transformation. Yeah. Well, now that I realize you're in England, now my theory is you're friggin' tired. Because it's like in the AM right now, right? Oh, man. I see. You're cramming to try to get all ready to go by tomorrow. Start a business, huh? Anyways. Alright, I'm glad you had an epiphany. So upload our old. That doesn't have a canvas there. Huh. Still trying to figure this out. have? Oh, do I have? Okay. All right, Goose. I'm gonna sign off from my stream for a little bit. Hope you come back later, hang out, maybe under more relaxed circumstances, perhaps. But good luck with the deadline and everything. And I hope you come through it triumphant. Yeah. Get some sleep. Come in fresh. Get all your team in order. All right. Nice to meet you. Stopping the stream.